Good morning to everyone. It's my immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Dr. S. Vijayakumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. He is holding double MA, one in English Literature and one in Linguistics, MPhil in American Literature and PhD in English Language Teaching. Dr. Vijay Kumar is also certified program in TEFL, TESOL and CAE, that is Certificate in Advanced English, and also certifications in IELTS. His total experience in teaching more than 19 years and his research summary is quite interesting. His journal publication nearly 37, currently indexed in Scopus 7, currently indexed in WOS 3, UGC CAT 12, International Peer Reviewed Journal 15, Patent 3, book publication 5, chapter publication nearly 13. And he also possessed many invited talks and research workshops conducted 64 in numbers. Moreover, here we have acknowledging its awards, Springer Best Paper Presentation Award for the research paper titled Treating ADHD Using Blended Pedagogies at the International Conference on Learning and Teaching, award for outstanding contribution as a reviewer for JOLT called a Scopus Indexed Journal, and finally, award of excellence in innovative pedagogy. We welcome you, sir.
It's my honor to invite our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. S. Vijayakumar, whose expertise and insights will illuminate our path forward in today's discourse. Welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished head of the department, and I would like to really, before I start, offer my thanks to Professor Venkateshwar for roping me in to this event, and I'm so glad to share the stage with my longtime friend Pradeep, whom I know him for more than a decade. So it's really coincidental that it was a great opportunity to meet, and most importantly, the very fact that you're all here. I believe that it is a blend of both students and teachers. The very fact that you are here shows your extraordinary commitment for excellence, especially in teaching, and your keen interest in knowing something about AI and apply it at the classroom level. So I'm so glad to be here today, and thank you for having me. Having said that, the preamble has already been set. This is a wonderful topic. If you look at the topic, it's all encompassing. There are three components: using AI to teach, to test, and to research. Regardless of the audience demography, whether it is a student audience or faculty from any departments for that matter, whether it is the language teaching domain or any other domain, I'm sure that it is going to be really useful, as I said, just because it's really holistic. And as teachers, we definitely will be indulging in all these aspects of life. One, teaching. So let me pivot my talk based on three layers. One is teaching. Today, teaching is all about engaging the learner. It is very difficult to engage anybody inside the classroom for a matter of, an hour or so, 60 minutes. It's really overwhelming to really engage the audience completely. So engagement in the age of AI, it's all the more challenging, right? Now we will discuss about how AI and the right teacher can be a phenomenal blend in increasing engagement. So engagement is a wonderful talk to discuss about in the age of AI. Besides learner engagement, outcomes. It is because the very fact you are here, the day has a purpose. The investment of time here today has a purpose. So everything in life is outcome driven. We all come with personal agendas. The reason we come here is because, by the end we attend the Pradeep's session, Dr. Pradheep's session, we tend to become a little better at what we do practically. So there are key takeaways. So we are all selfish in trying to acquire knowledge. We need to learn something new. So on that note, definitely, it is just great platform. So let's start with teaching. So I believe that there are a few teachers and predominantly students I see. But in terms of teaching, you see, first thing is learner autonomy. With democratic classrooms, how AI can provide that leverage to engage the learner. As I said, how AI can really help in order to facilitate live discussions in the classroom. So that is really challenging. I would just like to share a few anecdotes. Being a teacher myself at the school level, when I started my career, teacher's job is really very taxing, right? In terms of evaluation, in terms of going and delivering content, in terms of planning our lessons and submitting the lesson plans. We have our work 24/7. Like, it's not unlike an official who just goes and completes his work there in the office, packs off his bag and packs off all the commitments and comes back. Our job is not as easy as it is. It is because you got to do a lot of planning at home to engage the learner. So I think today's revolution AI, it has taken away all the stress in me as a teacher. Just because in no time I can design a lesson plan. I can look at ways to engage the learner in multiple ways. I know every learner has, as faculty, the biggest challenge in delivering learners are the diversity of learners, the demographic diversity, different people learning at different paces, some finishing the tasks very quickly, and some slow learners. But as a teacher, this is one biggest problem that I had, because some are very proactive and some bloom late. That was a big challenge. But using artificial intelligence, personalized instruction, with today, knowledge is not in finding the right answers. I'm sure you will agree with me. The right knowledge lies in asking the right questions to your tutor, to your, to your AI or whatever. So what I see is, in terms of the future and in terms of the pedagogy or learner engagement or learner orientation or achieving outcomes in an instruction, AI has a pivotal role to play. And I would say that this particular talk today was beautifully, thoughtfully titled by touching on all dimensions. Because when you do one, automatically you do the other. If you are a teacher who is, is pedagogically oriented, focus on instructional outcomes, naturally you test. And when you test, whatever you do in the classroom, you turn it into research. So I think in that way, the topic is beautifully worded. What we call as teaching, testing, and research. So having said that, if I look at this particular audience, I would just like to ask you to think about this. In your classrooms, let's say a classroom of 1 hour, a teacher comes and delivers instruction. How much engaged you are, because I could see the moment we see a student, we could see psychologically whether they are engaged or disengaged. So today, what is the best way to engage? Human beings, I believe, are not really good in the present tend to engage the learners completely. As human beings, I think sadly we have to admit that. In future, it will be very difficult for a human being, for a particular student whose neurons are actually programmed. This is definitely a cognitive finding in cognitive linguistics. The reason why students like you are not so driven by a teacher-oriented instruction is because your neurons are all really firing information all the time through multimedia, through different kinds of appealing content. So you find lectures and talks as very insipid. So on that note, artificial intelligence is a phenomenal blend, provided you have the right teacher who can leverage the instruction and change the entire landscape of teaching. So people always see that AI is going to replace teachers, but I see this is the right age for being a teacher. Why? Because I am not stressed as a teacher. I had no more worry about the lesson plan which I'm going to design. I no more worry about providing individual feedback for my learners. I no more worry about a rubric I have to design for evaluating my student. So in terms of engagement, technology has purely liberated me. But having said that, we should admit, we all learn certain things. Now everybody is becoming a professional. For example, a person who is very naive, has zero knowledge about something, can become a medical practitioner by going and talking something in YouTube. And because people today don't know, don't distinguish between what is true knowledge and what is unprofessional. On that note, certain programs like this, because we all use artificial intelligence as a faculty, we talk about artificial intelligence, but if there is somebody who could help us, who could walk with us, who could steer us on providing those nitty-gritties on how to take it forward, how to apply in the classroom, how to use it for instructional design, how to use it for learning outcomes, how to use it for assessment, how to use it for research, then it is kind of really an ethical aspect to discuss about. So on that note, I would like to say that conferences like this, workshops like this, although there are a few takers, we see people who have the real niche will definitely learn something and practically change it into life-oriented skills. So I see a lot of substance in these conferences. So that is the first part of what I intend to say about how AI could be a phenomenal blend and transform the future of teaching, and how it can be your tutor to help you release a lot of stress. The biggest, it helps you to manage your time completely. What you can do in 10 hours, you can do in 10 minutes today. So by prompt engineering. So that is one aspect of teachers. But I personally believe when you go systematic training on how to use AI, what kind of prompts to give, and accordingly you will get the pedagogical answers, how to, if you know every aspect of it, then definitely your life will become better. So I personally and firmly believe by the end of the session, you definitely, every teacher sitting here would definitely become more engaging teacher. So that's the first aspect. Secondly, when it comes to testing, that is, when it comes to assessing, that is really stressful. There was a time, I would just give you a case study. I was doing in my classroom a particular session on TED Talks for my students to improve communication skills. Now, how I do TED Talks before AI was, I used to just show them some TED Talks in the language laboratory, and we used to design certain worksheets in Word document. They have to look at that talk, and based on that, there will be some comprehension questions. So they have to listen to the talk very carefully, answer the comprehension questions. So here, I don't know the needs of my learners. There are some learners who could grasp the content, and there are some who are very slow learners. So today, I can feed the same information into AI. So I'm going to teach my students. I'm going to give this talk, TED Talk. My class has diverse needs, design tasks for me, for my diverse learners. I'm sure that every faculty would have heard about Bloom's taxonomy. Again, when we talk about assessment question paper design, our universities, when they ask you to design a question paper, they tell us, when you provide a question paper, your question paper should have all the 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, BT1, BT2, till BT6. But it's very difficult for us to sit and look at those questions, higher order questions, lower order questions. But now it's very simple, like you can just give the content. This is the content, I need party at 10 questions, but give me a mix of higher order and lower order questions, map my questions, and give me to which level of Bloom's taxonomy it belongs. It just gives you the complete questions. See, this is not a wrong propaganda, but what I am saying is, one thing you should understand. What I'm saying is the fulcrum of my talk. See, one thing is very important. Whenever we create content like that, I get very irritated with my research scholars. I give them work, no time they come out with a fine piece of critical analysis on something. But the moment you look at AI, that is why we have workshops like that. Ethical use of AI. You should learn something about that. You come across a text with lexical density, which is, structurally very dense. It's very difficult. The moment people see the text, they know. And publishing world, I'll touch on that a little later. Publishing world has become all the more challenging. People think after AI, publishing is easy. But believe me, after AI, publishing is very difficult. It's very difficult to crack a top publication, because the moment people look at your language, if you don't have a discretion on personalizing, humanizing, it's not only personalizing, there is something called machine algorithm. No matter what people say or the courses you design, even for your question paper, you have a lot of unnecessary terminology which are verbally loaded. So you should know to break those verbal loads and humanize content. Humanize is a very important word. You have to humanize content, which means it's kind of a human language. So challenge is today changing something into human language. You change into human language. So this is what I did in my class. I was talking about my TED talk. So I gave my particular video transcript to that and told AI to give me a beautiful worksheet catering to all my learners. My advanced learners, I should keep them engaged in the lab for 2 hours. So but what happens in my lab is, we usually go to plan our lab schedule. I'm supposed to engage, let's say, an MBA student for 2 hours. No matter how much I prepare, let's say I prepare 2 worksheets on 2 lengthy talks, prepare outcomes for that. I go and deliver. There will be some who will finish in half an hour and will be browsing some unwanted content. I mean, something that he likes doing. But how do I keep him engaged? So that is when I just tried AI, give me a worksheet where I had to engage my advanced learners. So it has number of activities. You don't make all the activities compulsory. So this is a small snippet when it comes to teaching. Again, teaching, you can, when you design your course or when you even turn your classroom into action research, whether it is, for example, because this conference is also titled for mathematics, the best model is the Khan's Academy. Khan's Academy has now used AI for leveraging their instruction, which is interactive. If a student is working on a problem and something goes wrong with the problem, there itself the AI corrects. They are working on such advanced algorithms and prompts. And it's not only that, it will tell you where they have gone wrong and why they are making that mistake. People are going to the next level of understanding neural networks. Emotional intelligence, research in emotional intelligence. What you think, how your student thinks. Suppose your student sitting here is definitely not following me. Some may not have slept properly yesterday night. Maybe till 12 o'clock they would have browsed some content. So naturally they'll come and doze off. Is it not? Somebody will doze off. It's quite natural. AI can read that emotive mechanisms. This is called emotive neural networks. You have pulse rates. This kind of advanced imaging research is going on about AI in Western countries, which means you can't understand your learners superficially. You cannot understand your learners subjectively. You have to understand them objectively. Now I see you. I see the students. I don't know what's happening in your mental landscape. I can't see but a machine can do that. It can get into neural networks, what you call as cognitive linguistics. So you as a phenomenal blend, you can feed the content and the prompts to that, create that content. I'm sure a machine understands you better than what your teacher understands you. So in combination, a teacher and a machine working together, you can even wake up the drowsy or the one who has not had enough sleep last night. It can really wake them up by knowing what the neural mechanisms are. So this is one small element, because secondly, I don't want to encroach on the speaker's time. I'll quickly touch upon the other 2 aspects of my keynote and I will wrap up. So that is about teaching, about engaging the learner. And secondly, when we talk about feedback and testing, suppose let us imagine that there are some faculty who are from the Department of English. There's something called the personalized feedback. When I was working in schools, my principal used to call our faculty, and when she doesn't see any comments written on the papers, she often feels that the evaluation is not perfect. You're just blindly given marks. Why can't you give personalized feedback for the students? And for a class of 60, and you handle 5 classes, and if you're going to give personalized feedback for each one, it's definitely going to take a lot of your time. It's impossible. Managements also say they really appreciate, some teachers give personalized feedbacks, but it's very much possible when you are running a course and machine learning, you can definitely give personalized feedbacks. I'll give you another example about this. See, we do, today we are, in the language fraternity, we have moved on to perfect rubrics. Suppose you are testing a student on speaking. There are certain set of rubrics. You have to measure various parameters. Tomorrow you are taking a class on group discussion. So today I will give a right prompt. Tomorrow I am handling a course on group discussion. I am going to evaluate my students. Please give me a rubric for group discussion. So I get a rubric. Okay. And then what I do is 5 to 6 group discussions. I record the group discussions. And I can individually evaluate each one of you. Let us say I call the group of students there. 5 or 6 students, I call them. I plonk you here and I ask you to do a group discussion. Now I will tell you how we can explore AI evaluation. The pacing in which you talk. For example, you talk something in your group discussion, your ideas, the content value, the speed, the vocabulary, the pacing, how many words you uttered, all those things can be very clearly recorded. Your entire talk can be assessed based on vocabulary, based on speed, based on content value. For a class of even 1,000 students, you can give personalized feedback. You can create your own rubric, right? So testing today has cut across, there are a lot of ways to explore new things, new dimensions. That is what I mean. It has reduced a lot of our workload. I don't get stressed. Nobody is now stressed because they can explore so many things beyond teaching. As a content writer, everybody can be a specialist in one area. That is what AI has done. Having said that, let's focus, coming back to the session that we have with Dr. Pradheep today. All these things are okay, but there is something called ethics. Everybody can do that, right? Then why do we need such workshops? Everybody can do, everybody can generate. Suppose you generate, give me a research paper. See, I'll tell you one thing. I'm just going to write a research paper on this. Give me a complete mapping of a research paper. AI is going to give you a complete mapping. For each of the mapping, I don't know how to write a research paper. You yourself give me prompts for every section. So it gives you detailed prompt on how you should write an introduction chapter, methodology. So it gives a complete prompt. And you generate it and send it. It is definitely desk rejection, right? It is definitely desk rejection. People are going to reject what you do. And that is where there's something called the ethical use of AI. That is why today a lot of top journals, you should say on what aspect you used AI. See, what is your role as a faculty? You are teaching a particular class. You are using AI for instructional design. You are using AI for learning outcomes. You are using AI for measuring the outcomes. But who is giving you the feed? It cannot act alone. You are going to give the feed. These workshops are all about how you can give the right feeds. What is ethics? And sometimes, people do claim somebody's work as their work. So ethics is something that we have to think about. On a final note, I would just like to tell you something about whatever we do in classroom is research. Unfortunately, action research is not happening in our country. If you look at, I'm sure that Dr. Pradheep will agree with me, if you look at many Western countries, top-notch journals like Sage and Routledge, if you do an analysis, a kind of an analysis of what kind of papers they publish, almost all publications are based on what you do in the class. So that is why I said the topic was very carefully worded as teaching, outcome of that is testing, and what you do in classroom, you convert it into research. So research is not something that you do as an individual entity. It is a part and parcel of your life. So I'm sure that attending this workshop, by the end of the day, I'm sure that you will all learn. The teaching fraternity will definitely learn to design or use AI ethically for teaching. And the same fraternity, it will be very useful for you to make some assessments and how to personalize your assessments. And most importantly, the bottom line. Now, what is the biggest contribution of teachers like you or professors like you to a country? You should know that. That is our biggest responsibility. Why are universities pushing for publications? Why are people evaluating your caliber based on the number of publications? Why are people evaluating your scholarship based on the H index you have? It's not without a purpose. So people will assess you. This is exclusively and even for the students tomorrow, probably who are going to be the future engineers. You may do something really groundbreaking, but if it can show the world, articulate to the world, this is groundbreaking, you have to write, right? You have to write, you have to publish. So publishing world belongs to those who can really leverage AI. Now, how I use AI, I would tell you, from the year if you look at my publications after 2021, I managed to get 3 Q1 in the span of those 3 years, thanks to AI. Because I have to admit that, right? When I say AI, how we use AI, how scholars should use AI is probably I use AI for generating the mapping of my paper. Give me an outline. Or I could ask, what are some of the novel areas today? What are the niche areas in the field? Provide me the niche areas in the field. So, the point I wish to make is I am not propagating something wrong. What I am propagating is all lower order thinking, give it to the machine. In the Bloom's taxonomy, to give me a complete mapping of my paper or designing, give me an idea of designing a computer program, they are all lower order questions actually. For all lower order, completely it gives me a mapping. If I have to spend years and years finding the right review and the research gap, give me the right research questions, again it is lower order. I am only looking at what is the published literature in the field. My AI just goes and mines something in no time, gives me a niche topic. You work on this topic, these are the niche topics. And then I give my second prompt. What are the top 5 keywords in my field? Again, that is lower order thinking. And then I have my entire structure of my paper. And everybody can create a lower order mapping like this. But that is why we have conferences like this, where what is your role in it? How are you going to amplify the content? What are you actually going to do? How are you going to shape the research paper so that it does not lead to desk publication? If you are just going to shoot out your paper completely AI written, it is going to be desk rejected. How are you going to personalize it? So that is where such workshops have great magnitude. So I believe that not only for the teaching fraternity, but for the students as well, whether you are a teacher, primarily if you are an instructor, for classroom teaching, testing and research, it's definitely going to be groundbreaking. And provided you know to use the tool ethically, next few years down the line, if you invest your time and energies, you can definitely come out with top papers. And you can depute people. You can use AI to write a review of literature. Help me write the review of literature critically. I am giving you this abstract. This is abstract. Using the abstract, write critical review for me. 25 abstracts, I did one meta-analysis paper like that. I picked 60, mined top 60 papers from top journals. I asked AI, after giving the feed, write critically. So it wrote critically, again it is lower order thinking. That's only a part of the paper, but the findings, scope for future research, what are some of the important gleanings of it, AI is not going to give. So please learn how to use AI ethically, how to productively leverage it, how to embrace technology, and most importantly, how to ethically use it. Because we need to learn a lot about ethical use. There is a protocol for that. I don't know, I should ask Dr. Pradheep, there is a protocol called the Fair Use Guidelines of Multimedia when people started using multimedia. Similarly, I don't know if there is a particular documentation on how to use AI ethically. Probably there could be some documentation in future like that, where this is how you should use it. People can find something, right? When you do something, people can easily find whether it is. So on that note, I believe that my talk has given a preamble to the conference, and I've set the context, and knowing Pradeep personally, I feel that quite really excited to share the videos, to get the videos of this session and learn something so that I become a better researcher, a better teacher, and most importantly, it can really facilitate my testing process as well. So on that note, I would like to once again thank the organizers for having me, for calling me for this workshop, and it was wonderful to be with you, and thank you so much, and nice to be a part of this session. Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and ideas with us. It was amazing that you not only touched upon AI tools and further explained the role of AI in teaching, testing, and research. Your words were really thought-provoking and informative. I once again thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Vijayakumar, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce our resource person, Dr. M.S. Xavier Pradheep Singhl.
Before this, I kindly request the students to leave after having an interaction with the stall which is kept outside. Students, you can come out, please. Other than our volunteers and the Vijayakumar girl students in reception team, you can stay. Other students can now come out. Please come out. You can interact for your requirements on higher studies with the stall outside. Please interact and then we can leave for lunch.
virtual learning for enhancing learners' proficiency in English. His research interest includes English language teaching, technology integrated language teaching, teacher development and assessment. He has thrice received e-teacher scholarships from RELO, the American Embassy, to do online teacher training courses on building teaching skills through interactive web and assessment, summative and formative practices in language learning and teaching, offered by University of Oregon, and creating and implementing online courses offered by Arizona State University, USA. He has participated in Hornby South Asia Regional Training in Dhaka, Bangladesh, with financial support from British Council India. Further, with the ARMS research grant from the British Council, he has also mentored English language teachers to pursue classroom-based research. He has served on the editorial board of the following journals: the MEX Tezol Journal, Mexico; Journal of Teaching English with Technology, Poland; Journal of English Language Teaching; Journal of Teaching and Research in English Literature; Journal of Technology for ELT, the ELT Practitioner, Langlit, the Literary Voyage, and Cuckoo from India. Moreover, he was a reviewer for Impact Publishing Limited, Birmingham, UK, for the publication of the book Workshop in a Box, Communication Skills for IT Professionals. He has been a resource person for more than 100 programs, including conferences, seminars, workshops, refresher courses, faculty development programs, and webinars at various levels. Finally, I would like to thank him for accepting our proposal and coming long distance for sharing your knowledge to us. And I thank everyone for the opportunity given. Thank you, one and all.
So good morning to all of you. So as you listen to the keynote address, my session will also focus on tapping the lower order thinking skill of AI for your research. How ethically you can use AI for writing a research paper or finding potential ideas for your research paper, research ideas, and then how you can develop it, how to find relevant sources, and then how to convert it into a full-length paper. Okay, that is what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to talk anything about any unethical practices. So you can, it's not like you just enter some sentences and then AI generating a paper. That is not how it is happening. Okay, I've been using AI in the past 1 year to write research papers, but to complete one research paper, it takes at least 6 months. Okay, so it does not just like within a snap, it doesn't get generated. So it takes a lot of time. So during this process, I also understood that it takes a lot of critical thinking from you. You are the one who is creating. So it takes a lot of critical thinking. I'm sorry, just a minute, let me share the screen.
not replace real teachers. Instead, they assist them in teaching lessons. The whole idea.
Okay. So as you listened, the management of the school, no, the CEO, he says that there can be a man-machine collaboration which can reduce the workload of the teacher. They are not saying we are going to reduce the number of teachers. Instead, they are saying reduce the workload of the teacher so that teachers can concentrate on the human aspect of education. Okay, so that is how technology should be in future. Okay, it cannot replace teacher. Technology cannot replace teacher, but technology should be used in a way to strengthen teachers. Okay, now we'll also need to understand the history of internet so that you will understand how AI is different from the previous generations of the internet. So when internet was invented in 1990s, 1996 afterwards only internet became very popular. Towards the during the turn of the century, internet was it became prevalent and many people started using internet. So that stage is known as Web 1.0. That was primarily dominated by static web pages designed with basic HTML coding and hyperlinks. So you had minimal interaction on the web page. The designs were very dull. You can include only 1 or 2 pictures. The text was also very short with hyperlinks. So if you click on hyperlinks, it will take you to some other page with additional information. That is how web pages were in Web 1.0. As a result, there was limited interactivity. I mean, the creator of the website cannot interact much with the users of the website, readers of the website. Similarly, the audience also cannot interact much with the content developers. So limited interactivity was there, and then that was one-way communication, mainly from the developer to the audience. So all people who had websites during that particular age, when Web 1.0 were commercial companies and then popular institutions which wanted to advertise their institutions, which wanted to share information about their company. That is how websites were in Web 1.0. But then Web 2.0 came in with some advanced programming languages. As a result, we were able to have dynamic web pages where we had lot of animations, okay, animations, and then flash videos. Such things became very popular in dynamic web pages. As a result, the user interactivity got increased. Users were able to participate in the respond to the content developer. Say for example, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of them are examples of Web 2.0. So somebody creates a content and another person can respond to it. Okay, you post a picture or a text in social media and somebody gives a like and respond to it. As a result, there is an interaction happening. Okay, that is a key element in Web 2.0. And as a result, user generated content also became very popular. Now anybody can author. Authoring tools became were available free of cost. Okay, you had blogs to post your view, you had Instagram to post your own pictures, you had Facebook to share your opinion with a network. As a result, world became smaller. Okay, the world became smaller. Anybody, you can find anybody on the internet, you can approach them, you can collaborate them. So such opportunities became possible in Web 2.0. As a result, there is a two-way communication. Anybody who posts content and those who respond. So there is a two-way communication between the website developers and users. And Web 2.0 also made a shift towards user-generated content, user-generated and community-driven web. For example, Wikipedia. Till then, we had only Britannica Encyclopedia. All libraries were proudly holding volumes of Britannica Encyclopedia. And it was very difficult to update. Now and then, when Britannica Encyclopedia releases a new updated volume, it's very difficult to purchase and keep it in the library. What do you do with the old versions? But then in Web 2.0, Wikipedia like encyclopedias came, they were available, and anybody can add content, edit. As a result, there is a web developed by the users, user generated content. And in Web 2.0, there was a rise of mobile apps, okay, mobile apps with additional functionalities. So you can do some special functionalities with apps that you have installed in your mobile. So mobile app culture also became popular in Web 2.0. And in Web, if you understand clearly, there is a gradual shift. In Web 1.0, you had to learn the language of computer in order to produce content, okay, HTML language. But in Web 2.0, there was an increased interactivity, user participation. Now we are in Web 3.0, it is otherwise known as semantic web. Computers can understand your language. Till then, we had to learn computer language. For example, to turn off a computer, what do you do? To turn off a computer, what do you do? Turning off is a human language. What do we do when you turn off a computer? We shut down. Okay, we shut down the computer. We shut down the window. Okay, that is actually a special language. Shut down is a technical word. Similarly, delete. Okay, those are all words that we don't use in our day-to-day conversation. But now they have become normal. Okay, so we had to learn the language of computer in order to operate it. But now computers can understand us. You just enter your house, Alexa, turn on the TV. Alexa immediately turns on because it understands your voice. It understands that it is a command. Alexa, play this song from this particular movie. Alexa immediately recognizes the command, and it also parses the word. What is the name of the movie, which album, which song, and then it immediately plays. Okay. And similarly, if you ask Alexa, you also can connect it with the real world object, IoT, Internet of Things. Okay. And if you say, Alexa, check where my mobile is, and then it would, if you had connected with tables or other things in your room, and it can tell you what is there. And many institutions, you know, they connect their library entrance with the internet, and they count how many people come in, how many people go out, the steps. Okay. So another best example is your smartwatch. It counts the number of steps you walk every day, the calories that you burn, number of hours you sleep. Okay, all of them are counted mainly because of Web 3.0. So semantic web can understand human language, Python. You might have heard about the computer language Python. It is almost similar to normal human language. Okay, so anybody can learn Python, and anybody will be able to design content using the Python language. Okay, that is the power. So gradually the disparity, I mean the gap between human language and computer language, the gap has been reduced. Okay, so now computer can understand us, that is NLP, natural language processing. It is a big project which Google and big companies are involved in. Okay, so natural language processing, computers learn from us, machine learning. These are all some trendy words you might have heard. Machine learning, machines learn from us. But while we scroll social media, okay, we scroll social media and we spend our time hours together in social media, but machines learn from us. While you spend your time on Instagram, Instagram learns about you. What are your interests? Okay, and then what kind of content you want to see? All those things it learns from you, and it tells you to, it provides you an enhanced experience. So because of this semantic web, because of these advanced technologies, now we have a personalized web. All of us use Instagram, but the content that appears on our page is completely different. It varies from one person to another. Okay, so that is personalization. So if personalization can happen in all these social media, it can also happen in educational sector. We have 60 students, their interest might vary. Their pace of learning might vary. Okay, and their ambitions might be different. So depending on these criteria, depending on these parameters, technology can provide, I mean AI can provide them personalized learning experience. Okay, these are certain things that are happening in educational sector now. But at the same time, because of AI, we have problems related to privacy, security, and trust. Okay, anybody can create a video. Say for example, you have some 10 to 20 pictures of some popular personality, and you write a text and you feed it to AI, and AI can create a video as if this person is talking this picture. You might have seen several videos of Modi singing songs, Tamil songs. Okay, so such things are, they become very common these days. We very well know they are fake, but that also poses a problem of trust issues and security issues. Okay, so hereafter we may have to live with those problems. And Web 3.2 also has paved the way for potential development of new applications and services that were not possible in the previous generations of web. Okay, now we witness apps, websites that we can never imagine. Okay, we have not imagined in the previous years. So AI, I suppose yesterday also they would have talked about it. AI is basically a technology that enables machines to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Okay, so we have natural intelligence and computers have artificial intelligence. It is only artificial intelligence. As of now, AI has got only lower order thinking skill. According you, I suppose you must be familiar with the Bloom's taxonomy. Are you? Okay. In Bloom's taxonomy, the lowest 3 levels are considered to be lower order thinking skill, like remembering, understanding, and applying. They are lower order thinking skill. Whereas the higher order thinking skill, like creating, okay, evaluating, those things are considered to be higher order thinking skill. So gradually AI is climbing the ladder. From lower order thinking, it is coming, it can even create. Okay, it can even create, but it is not up to the, say for example, you go to Midjourney website and provide some text prompt and ask it to generate a picture. It may not look like the one that would be produced by Picasso or Michelangelo. It may not be like that, because they were all very creative people. It can only collect elements from different pictures and provide you an amalgamation. That alone it can provide you. Okay, so artificial intelligence tries to perform tasks like human beings, such as learning. So machines learn from us, and it can reason, problem solve, and decision make. Okay, these are certain things artificial intelligence do, and that is possible because of AI's potential to analyze large database, large amount of data. Okay, it can easily analyze large amount of data within a fraction of a second. Earlier, if you search Google with a keyword and then you will get a list of website, it is your responsibility to go through and find relevant web page. But now AI can go through all the web pages and cull out ideas, and it can produce originally written content for you. Okay, that is the main difference. Now in this session, so far I was giving you input on AI. So throughout my sessions, I am going to focus on these stages of research. So how do you refine your research ideas? Okay, you may be interested in a particular field, but still within that field you need to find some potential ideas for research. So how do you find a research idea? How do you know that whether it is already researched or it is emerging, or if there is any potential for research in that particular topic? So how do you find that? So that is the first stage. And then after you zero in on a particular research idea, how do you find relevant research papers as secondary source? Okay, so, finding relevant sources. And then once you find relevant sources, you may have umpteen numbers of paper, maybe around 100 to 200. It's very difficult to go through all of them and find ideas to compare, to find the research gap. So how do you read and review the collected research papers? And then you write your research paper. That is the part you need to do. And once you write the preliminary draft of your paper, how do you edit and proofread so that it gets a perfect shape? And how do you cite your sources? Citing sources is another mechanical task which many researchers despise. The problem is you need to follow certain pattern. Okay, that is the most difficult part in writing research paper. But there are several apps, websites which can do that work for you within a fraction of a second. So how do you do that? And finally, how to check for plagiarism and how to check for AI generated content, okay, in your research paper, and how to know whether your paper will be accepted in a particular journal or not. So these are some of the stages I will be talking about, and for each stage I will be referring to certain tools, AI tools, and I'll also demonstrate how it works, how you can utilize it for your research paper. So I'll start with some familiar tools. All of you must be familiar with ChatGPT. Okay. So in ChatGPT, you need to feed a prompt. Okay, prompt is a text that you feed to ChatGPT, and based on the prompt, based on your prompt, it provides you a response. So your prompt needs to be very strong. Okay, your prompt needs to be very strong, and only then you will get an exact response. Otherwise, you will get vague answer, you may not get relevant answer. So that we need to be very careful. Your prompt needs to have all keywords and phrases that will inspire an appropriate response from ChatGPT. So you have to avoid vague languages which can lead to multiple interpretation. That is how you need to create a ChatGPT prompt. So this is how a ChatGPT prompt needs to be written. Okay, there should be 4 elements in a ChatGPT prompt. Now all of you will write a ChatGPT prompt. I'll give you a task and I'll also show you how it works. So number 1, you need to provide ChatGPT the context. Okay, what is the context? I mean, assign a role to ChatGPT. Here, if you look at this prompt, you are a yoga instructor. Okay, you are assigning a role, and that yoga instructor is writing for a wellness magazine. So you have given a context. Okay, and then the task. What do you expect from the yoga instructor who is writing for wellness magazine? Write an article about meditation. You are giving a specific task to ChatGPT, and then you provide some additional context. So what is the intention of that article? The goal is to educate readers about the benefit of meditation for stress relief and sleep quality. Now you also give some instruction, additional instruction, what should be followed in that article. End the article by listing some practical tips for beginners who want to start. So the article has to end with some list of practical tips. Keep the tone approachable and friendly. So the tone also you decide what should be the tone of the paper, and aim for a minimum of 800 words. So you have given word limit. So you are giving lot of instruction here. And finally, you have to end your ChatGPT prompt with a question. Okay, a question for ChatGPT. Do you understand? You are checking whether ChatGPT has processed all these instructions and understood your prompt. Okay, so that is how we write our prompt. So your prompt needs to have these 4 elements: context, the task that you want ChatGPT to do, and how it should be done, that is instruction, and then clarify whether ChatGPT has understood. If it has not understood properly, then refine your keywords. So this is an example of ChatGPT prompt for research paper writing. Okay, I generally start finding ideas from ChatGPT using this kind of prompt. So I start with, you're an expert researcher. When you want to do research in a particular area, who would you approach? Will you approach a beginner or an experienced person in that field? You will approach an experienced person. So you can say you are an expert researcher in the field of English language assessment. Suppose, let's say you are doing research in post-colonialism. You want to talk to Gayatri Spivak or Edward Said, but you cannot. But you can ask ChatGPT to behave like Edward Said. So you can say, you are Edward Said, a well-known post-colonial critic. Then ChatGPT will analyze all the data, all the works written by Edward Said, all the interviews given by Edward Said, and all the articles written by Edward Said in the internet, and it will give you answers based on those database. Okay, that is how you need to assign the role. So try to assign a specific role. Okay, and then after that, the task. So what do you want from that particular person? Okay, the task. Here I have assigned it the role of an expert researcher in the field of English language assessment. So I have decided the area where I want to do the research, but I want the ideas, research ideas. I want you to list out latest trends in that field. So I want to know what are some of the trends, research trends that are followed in that particular field. And then the goal is to find an area for my upcoming research study and then provide the list with brief explanation for each trend. So each trend will be explained briefly along with an indication of how much research has been done in that particular trend. Okay. So now I'll copy paste this particular prompt in ChatGPT. Let's see how it produces. I suppose you know how to go to ChatGPT. It is chat.openai.com. Okay, chat.openai.com, and you need to log in. You can sign up with your Google account. It is a very well-known tool these days. Everybody using ChatGPT. So chat.openai.com, and then it looks like a chat box. You are actually chatting with GPT. That is why it is called ChatGPT. Okay, at the bottom of the screen, you will have a text box where you post your prompt. I have copy pasted the prompt that I showed you. Okay. Now it is producing its response. It lists out some of the latest trends in language assessment. So the first one, adaptive testing, and it briefly explains what adaptive testing means. Okay, and if you look at the last sentence in the paragraph, it also says research in this area is ongoing with a significant focus on algorithm development and validation studies. So what is the status of the research in that particular area? It is ongoing. Okay, the second one, performance based assessment, and here if you see that the last sentence, while there is a growing interest in performance based assessment, more research is needed to establish validity, reliability and practicality. It also gives you a direction. Okay, this area needs lot of research. So if you choose this particular trend, then it will be challenging for you. You may not get secondary sources, but what you produce will be a significant contribution to the field. Okay, that is how you need to choose. Research is actually a game. If you know the rules, you can play well. Okay, publication is actually a game. You should find out, you should know if which topic to choose, where to publish, and where you will be able to get more citation. Okay, that is how you need to plan your research. So it lists out various topics. Okay. Now let's say I have chosen the fifth trend for my research area, multimodal assessment. Okay, it says that multimodal assessment evaluate language proficiency through multiple modes of communication such as written, spoken and visual elements. Okay, and it says research is underway. Okay, it's still developing. Now let's say this area is interesting to me, so I have selected this area. Now my next prompt should be elaborate on the fifth trend. Okay, I just asked ChatGPT to give me some more detail. So now it gives a map of that particular trend. Okay, multimodal assessment. So it says what are some of the areas in multimodal assessment, like integration of different modes, comprehensive understanding. So this is how you narrow down your research area. First I started with a big area, language assessment. Then I found out some recent trends, and then I zeroed in on one particular trend and I asked it to list out or branch out various areas in that particular trend. Now let's say assessment design challenges. Okay, this particular branch is very interesting in that particular field. So there are several challenges in designing a multimodal assessment. Now I need to find a problem for my research. Okay, every research paper is based on a problem. It could be literature or language or anything. Any paper that centers on a particular problem. You are trying to solve problem. You are trying to answer a question. Okay, now I'll try to find some of the valid problems. So I'm posting a question. Can you list out some potential problems for research in assessment design challenge? In multimodal assessment design challenge. Okay, so I am posting this question. So it gives me some research problems in that particular area. One thing is you need to be familiar with the area. As you feed in prompts continuously, ask for more clarification, you are also learning simultaneously. So an area needs to be familiar. You choose a particular research problem, and then now you have narrowed down to a particular research problem. Now elaborate that particular research problem into methodology, instruments, sample, and other thing. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is why I said ChatGPT is at the moment only at the level of lower order thinking skill. So it is your responsibility to apply higher order thinking skill. So whenever ChatGPT produces some response, go through it, you apply your critical thinking, verify it with other data. That is more important. As you said, not sometimes, most often it produces wrong data because it is only in the preliminary level. Okay, only in the preliminary level. They have only released a beta version, so they are checking with us. Okay, actually what we are doing is we are teaching ChatGPT now. Okay, they made it available for free of cost, so everybody is teaching ChatGPT how to perform in various arena. Now we are actually teaching. So you need to be very careful whenever you choose some data that was produced by ChatGPT, analyze it, verify it with other data. That we need to do. You can't trust it 100%. That is why we have to verify. Okay, I'll tell you how to verify. That also I'll be explaining in the session. Okay, there are various ways to explain. ChatGPT, as you said, you cannot rely on it 100% at the moment. But there are several other generative AI tools which you can rely on. Okay, and moreover, ChatGPT is not exclusively created for research, and it does not have access to 100% access to research database. Say for example, you give a title of a research paper and ask ChatGPT to provide the link of that particular research paper. It cannot provide because it does not have the access to those particular database. Okay, it does not have. So it cannot produce. Here you only get a preliminary understanding of your research. You are only trying to map your research area. After that, there are several other specialized AI tools with which you can find out specific research papers, secondary sources, and then how you can develop your ideas further. Okay, it is only for preliminary work, spade work. Okay, now let's say I have chosen this problem. Okay. Now once you zero in on a particular research problem, you need to know how that should be researched, what methodology you are going to apply. Since I am from the background of English language teaching, I am giving example from that particular domain. If you are in literature, you can apply the same method, but the wording might be different. Like for example, I might ask ChatGPT whether quantitative or qualitative approach would be appropriate for this particular research problem. Quantitative and qualitative are technical words in ELT. It may not be suitable for literature. Maybe you can ask which literary theory would be appropriate for this particular problem. Okay, that you need to apply. Okay, I am only showing you the method. Okay, so now I am telling ChatGPT, I am interested in this research problem. Okay, I'm pasting the research problem. Can you tell me the appropriate research method to explore this problem? And it tells me how I can collect data. Okay, Delphi method, which I am not familiar at all, even I have not heard about that word, but it gives a list name here, so that I will go to some authentic textbook and refer. Okay, basically I use ChatGPT as a thinking aloud tool. Okay, I am thinking aloud, or I am discussing with my friend or colleague. That friend may not know everything, but he might give us a lead to some ideas. Okay, so it tells me first start with some literature review. So for literature review, what keyword should I use? Multimodal assessment, scoring rubrics, evaluation criteria, and related topics. So if I want to know the related topics, I can ask ChatGPT, what are other related topics, topics related to multimodal assessment, scoring rubrics. Then it will give me some list of keywords, and with that keywords I will go to Scopus database or Springer database, and then I will search for relevant sources. Okay, then I will be able to find appropriate secondary sources for my research. I will also tell you how to find how to use AI tools to find research papers. And then it tells me identify gaps, best practices, and then expert interviews and focus group. These are some research methods: focus group interview or expert interview. And then it tells me that use Delphi method. Okay. So from this I could understand that if I am going to research on this particular problem, my samples would be experts in that field, because the problem was scoring rubrics. Okay, so I cannot use this research method, research problem with students. I cannot collect data from students. I can only collect data from language assessors, okay, evaluators. And then survey research, it gives me list of ideas, case studies, experimental studies, data analysis, and then iterative development. Okay, it gives me list of topics, list of methods. Now let's say I am going to use the Delphi method. Can you give me idea how to choose samples for my study? And then it briefly explains what Delphi method is, and then it gives me criteria or parameters on which I can based on which I can select participants for my study. Okay, so how should what should be the expertise of the participants? Okay, it says significant experience and expertise in the field of language assessment. So significant experience means maybe I would say those who have got at least 10 years of experience in language assessment. Okay, that is one thing. So 10 years of experience. And another thing, those who have undergone any course or training in language assessment. So those are all some criteria that I will decide. Okay, that is how I am going to choose sample. And then it also says that I need to consider diversity. So members from different areas, different cultural background, different disciplinary background, from professional experience, from various cities or states. So it gives me some idea. Okay, it is not final instruction. So based on which I will plan my research paper. Okay, I get some idea. And similarly, you can also ask ChatGPT to suggest you how you can analyze a particular data that you have got. For example, I think some 3-4 days back yes. Not this one. Okay, I was writing a research paper some 3-4 days back, and I have, I think this is the chat history. Okay, so I had already developed, written preliminary draft of the paper. So what I did was act as an expert researcher in language teacher development. I am writing a research paper, the title I have given. Can you go through, I will provide you with the abstract, can you go through it and provide feedback? So now I am asking ChatGPT to be someone who can provide feedback on what I have written. Then I gave my abstract, and then it listed out some of the feedback, what are good in the paper and what is not, okay, how I can improve further. And then I provided, the research question section, analysis section, okay, I fed everything into ChatGPT. You can even ask ChatGPT to produce a revised version of what you have written. It will provide, and then you compare it with what you have written and what ChatGPT has written. Based on that, you can further improve it. You cannot copy paste it, because as I already mentioned, what ChatGPT produces may not be accurate. You can only consider it for your writing purposes. Okay, you cannot copy paste it. And then it also says, with regard to this particular paper, I had to expand the paper. The word limit was 6,000 words, and I had written only 5,000. So I wanted to increase 1,000 words, but I did not know where to increase. So I gave fed different sections into ChatGPT, and I asked ChatGPT to give me some idea where I can increase the word. And with regard to methodology section, it tells me clarify sampling method. You can elaborate there. So I get some idea. Then I went to the paper and I elaborated how I chose participants for my research paper. Okay, research study. And then discuss limitation. It gives me list. Okay, and then I asked ChatGPT, I had already analyzed my data, but still I had a doubt whether if there is any other way of analyzing this particular data. So I asked ChatGPT, can you provide a data analysis plan? After seeing this data analysis plan, it was actually an eye-opener for me. I had analyzed it with descriptive statistics, but it gave me a different perspective. Like, you can analyze this data with attendance pattern and strategies, association analysis. These I did not consider originally. Okay, later only I found out from ChatGPT that this way also I can analyze my data. So it will be helpful in the initial stage of your research. It will give you some idea. So once you can also use the same method in BARD. Okay, you can also use the same method in BARD. BARD is by Google, bard.google.com. The only difference is access to database. Okay, earlier ChatGPT had access to database up to 2021. Okay, BARD had up to 2022. So whenever they update, that access to database would be different. So the response produced by these two chat AIs will be different. Okay, that will be different. So you can use any of these two, but generally what I predominantly depend on ChatGPT, but at the same time I also now and then check in BARD whether I get any different answer. I try to check it. Okay, so the same method you can apply here. And then the next one is perplexity.ai. Unlike ChatGPT and BARD, perplexity.ai provides you a response with evidences. It cites sources in its response. Okay, whereas in ChatGPT, it produces a response. You may not know whether it is correct or wrong, and you do not know where to go and check that particular information. To check the veracity of the information, you do not know the source. Okay, but in perplexity.ai, you get citations from which page that particular data or particular idea was taken from. Yeah, it is free. It is free of cost. Most of the tools that I am talking are completely free. Some of them have got the free version and paid version. I have not paid for any of these websites. I am using only free version. Okay. And similar to perplexity.ai, I will demonstrate this tool. One more tool is there similar to perplexity.ai, consensus.app. Okay, the main difference between perplexity.ai and consensus.app is, in perplexity.ai, it can cite any kind of source, a YouTube video, an article from Hindu, an article from Times of India, okay, an article from Wikipedia, anything it will cite, perplexity. Whereas consensus will cite only research articles. Okay. So, if you want to get some answer in the initial stage of your research, maybe you can try perplexity. Okay. But if you want to answer exclusively from research, based on research paper, go to consensus.app. I will show you how it works. So, now you might have got some research question from ChatGPT. You might have refined your research question, let us assume. Okay, I am posting that research question. So, this is, I am just imagining and posting something. Do webinars improve English language teachers' competence or professional competence? Okay, this is a question that I have arrived at. You can even post it in statements. It need not necessarily be a question. So, I am posting this question. Okay, it provides an answer. This answer will be very brief, just 1 or 2 paragraphs. So, I have got 4 paragraphs here. There is also summary at the end. And in the paragraph, if we see, there are citations. Okay, do you see the citations? 1, 2, 3, 4, and those citations are listed at the top, sources. Okay, if you see that the first one is from ResearchGate, then probably it is a research paper. The second one is also a research paper. Again, third one is also a research paper, and then 2 more. Okay, all of them are research paper, because the kind of question that I asked was, you cannot provide any general resources. But sometimes when you ask certain questions, it provides you link to a YouTube video or general sources. But in consensus.app, you will find, let me copy the research question. So, in consensus.app, you will find answers, answers backed up with evidence from research. So, from the website itself, you will know that AI search engine for research. It is exclusively for research. So, you will get accurate answers. So, it lists out some websites, research papers. Okay, it lists out research papers based on the question that I post, and those papers are cited in the summary here. It says summary, 10 papers analyzed. So, there are 9 to 10 papers based on this research question, and that those research papers were analyzed and produced as a brief summary. Okay, I asked a question like, do webinars improve the professional competence? On the right hand side, you see yes, 100%. So, that is in green. Okay, and possibly 0%, no 0%. So, all the 9 papers analyzed, all the 9 papers say webinars can improve professional competence. And if you scroll down, against each title, it also maps yes. This paper says yes. Okay, if there is a mixed response, yes and no, which paper says yes, which paper says no, that will also be there for you to imagine. And below each paper, there is a brief summary produced by AI. Okay, this summary is not the abstract written by the author, it was a summary written by AI, just 2-3 lines summary. And then below that, you also have the number of citations that the paper has received and the year in which it was published. So, whenever you choose a secondary source for your research paper, you need to consider 2 things. Number 1, when it was published. Try to have recently published paper. At the same time, you cannot omit papers that were initially published in the development of that particular research area, but it is better to have as many papers as published in the recent times. Okay. Second thing, number of citations. Yes, ma'am. Okay. No, it will not. It will not, because every time you ask this question, the summary might be different. They can use it, but don't encourage them to copy paste it. It is, yeah, I understand your question. Yeah, it will not, because this is not stored anywhere. This particular summary is not stored anywhere. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. This particular tool does not give, but there are several other tools which I am going to show, will tell you how one paper is connected to another paper. There are very impressive. I am only showing preliminary, I mean basic tools now, but there are certain advanced tools that also I will be showing. So this is just to get a preliminary idea about your research paper. Okay, but if you copy paste that particular AI produced summary, that may not show as a plagiarism anywhere. Even many journals are struggling now. You cannot track AI written content. It's very difficult. But obviously, if you go through a paragraph written by AI, you can easily find out it is not written by a human being. Okay, there are certain words, certain phrases, certain structures repeatedly used by AI. Say for example, I just wanted to paraphrase. I wrote a paper and then I asked ChatGPT to rephrase it, paraphrase it. And then when it paraphrased, I found out that when I say this particular idea is emerging in the field of language assessment, and then it says in the realm of language assessment. And then I found out that throughout the paper it uses certain words like notably, in the realm of, within the context of. These are some words repeatedly used. So from that summary itself you can find out it will be very monotonous, prosaic, wordy. AI generated content is wordy. Okay, so from that you can easily I understand, but only for certain reference purposes to generate ideas you can use. Okay, so it gives you those details also, like how many times that particular paper was cited and when it was published. And there is also a study snapshot. If you click on it, it will give you some more details about the paper, like the methodology used, population, sample, method they have used, survey and data analysis, and what is the outcome of the method. Okay, what is the finding, that is also there. You can save it. If you had already signed up to this particular consensus.app, it will be saved to your library in consensus app. Okay, or if you want to cite it, click cite. The citation in APA or MLA or Chicago, Harvard, or different formats that is given to you. So you can copy it and paste it in a Word file. Okay, but to produce citation, there is another wonderful tool which I have been using in the last 15 years. Mendeley, you might have heard about Mendeley. I will be explaining that. That is a very useful tool for producing citation and maintaining a library of your own work. Okay. So this that's all about consensus. So you explore it, you will find more and more usages here. So these are the 4 tools: ChatGPT, Bard, Consensus, Perplexity, which I use in the initial stage of my research to refine my research idea. Say for example, from ChatGPT I found out a research idea for my upcoming research paper, but I do not know whether there is proper evidence in the research. Then I will check Consensus and other app to decide whether I can continue further or stop there itself. Okay, that is how I decide. I actually thought all of you will have laptops, so I wanted to give you this task and try. That is okay. You can try it later on. What is the notice, sir? Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay. Sure, sir. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe you can try it at your home. Okay. Can you find a topic for your upcoming research study using ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Consensus? Using these three tools, maybe today you go home and try this. You post as many questions as possible. Whenever I find when I am bored, I go to ChatGPT and post some random questions. Sometimes it will be revealing. Some month back, I was conducting an online workshop for a particular institution. At that time, I was demonstrating how I use ChatGPT for a research idea. While I was producing some random, I posted some random question, and then it listed out certain ideas for research. One of that idea was very impressive. Okay, then silently I copy pasted it in a Word file, and then I am doing a research on that particular area. That is how you come across research ideas. Okay, potential research ideas. Sometimes ChatGPT will be revealing such ideas to you. Okay. The next one is how you can collect resources, secondary sources for your research paper, and how you can manage it. Okay, you might be, in early days when I was doing my MPhil and PhD, what generally people what they do is they visit libraries, Xerox materials and keep it at home, but they won't be able to read it. Even if they read it, they will use highlighters, pencils, and in the margin they would write. They may not be able to track those ideas and write it. That's very difficult. But now there are several tools that make your work very easy. Okay, when I was doing my PhD, I even downloaded articles, materials from the internet. Finally, I found out that I have collected around 1,200 articles, okay, that are directly relevant to my field and allied areas. And I did not know which one to use in my study. That was very difficult. So, for that purpose, first one is how you can manage the sources that you collect. That is Mendeley. Mendeley is basically a reference management tool. Okay, secondary sources. Reference management tool. So, you have to go to mendeley.com, and this particular tool is very interesting. I have been using it from 2009 onwards. From my MPhil research onwards, I am using it, and I have seen different versions. Every time when new technology comes in, they introduce it and they develop the software. So, go to mendeley.com, and in mendeley.com you will find Mendeley desktop. Now they have it as Mendeley site. Okay. So, if you click on it, an app software will be downloaded to your system and will be installed in your computer. So, I have installed it here, Mendeley Reference Manager. This will be installed from that website, and it is a product by Elsevier. So, you can rely on it, and you need to create an account which is completely free of cost. Remembering the password is the difficult thing. I'm just typing it. Let me see. Okay. Okay, this is Mendeley Reference Manager. It is a software that is installed in your computer. Initially, it will be very blank. I have added all these research papers. Okay, so on the left hand side, if you see, you can create several collections, several folders. So, whenever you download some research paper, you can arrange it according to the areas. For example, assessment. Okay, language assessment is one of my research areas. So, under assessment, I have got some subfield: assessment literacy, feedback literacy, learning oriented assessment. So, at the moment, I am doing research on feedback literacy. So, these are some of the papers that I have downloaded or that I have read. Okay, so, whenever you download the paper, you can upload it here, and that paper you can read from here itself. Okay, the paper can be opened here itself, and you can underline, highlight, whatever you want to do, you can do here. Okay, you can also highlight when you find an interesting area, or you can add your notes as you write in a paper. Okay, there is also a comment button, so I will add a notes here. I'm just randomly typing something, and that notes will be collected and kept separately for you. So later you can copy paste all those notes and integrate it somewhere else. Okay. So those notes, this particular note I started writing some 2 years back, it says 2 years ago. Okay, and then my annotation is here. Okay, all these annotations will be together and you can copy paste them into a Word file, and then you can convert it into a research paper or paragraph, whatever it may be. So that is how your library functions. So how do you add paper to Mendeley? In Mendeley, okay, after you install Mendeley, at the top left hand corner you see add new. Okay, you download a research paper. I'll tell you how to download. You download a research paper from some website, and then it might be as a PDF file or HTML link. So click here add new, and then you can add it by importing from your computer. If you already have it as a PDF file in your computer, you can import, or you can import an entire folder into Mendeley, or you can import as a BibTeX file, EndNote file. Okay, these you will become familiar later on. So at the moment I am showing you how to add a PDF file. So import file from computer. This file I have already added, but I'll just show. Okay, I've got a PDF file in my computer. So open. That paper is uploaded and it shows here. Okay, added 1242. This is the paper I've added now. Okay, and the information about that particular paper will also be available here. The journal, years, date. If there is any wrong information, you can edit it here. So this way you organize all the sources that you collect. Okay, once you start using it, you will become familiar with Mendeley. It's a simple tool and intuitive also. You can learn it quickly. There are plenty of videos available online to learn this particular tool. Very simple. And this tool also makes your work easier. Like I'll show you. Let's say when you write a research paper, you may have to quote or you may have to cite a paraphrase or quote or anything. Okay, let's say I have written a paper. Now I've got a block quote here. Okay, and I have to cite here. And Mendeley also provides you an add-in for MS Office Word. Okay, I have already installed it. It will be available in reference menu, Mendeley site. Okay, you have a desktop software, Mendeley Reference Manager, and for MS Office Word you have a Mendeley site add-in that will be added as a functionality in your MS Office Word. So I click on Mendeley site. Now I need to find the paper that I need to add in here. It got logged out. Just a minute. Now all the papers that you added in your Mendeley reference manager software will come to this particular MS Office Word. Okay, now let's say I'm going to cite a paper written by a particular author, let's say Nicole. Okay, when you search for the author, all the papers written by that particular author will appear. So this is the paper I'm going to cite. So below that paper, insert citation is there. So I click insert citation. So if you see here, that citation is inserted. You see that? Nicole and Milligan 2006. Okay, it is in APA format. Okay, let me cite one more paper. Okay, I'm citing this paper. So randomly I'm typing some papers. Sometimes you may have to cite 2 or 3 papers together. That also you can do. Just select all the papers you want to cite and click save change. All of them are arranged in the year wise order. That is how you need to arrange according to MLA APA format. Okay. Now, these are all in-text citations. You might be familiar with citation methodology. And at the end of your paper, you may have to include a reference according to APA. According to MLA, you may have to include work cited. So how do you generate in-text, bibliography? Again, here in Mendeley, okay, go to Mendeley again, citation, If you click on this, here you have an option insert bibliography. Do you see that? Insert bibliography. I just click on insert bibliography. Okay, continue. That's all. My bibliography is ready now. Within a second. Okay, so I did not spend much energy, time on writing citation. Only thing is, in Mendeley reference manager, that software, I upload the PDF file and verify whether the information is entered correctly. Okay, that alone. And when I read the paper, I don't read in Adobe Reader or any other software. I read only in Mendeley, so that that also tracks which papers you have read, which paper you read recently. Okay, how far you have read. And I can also keep an annotation. So that is very helpful for me. It is like a file for me, a notebook for me. Okay, so that way I do it. And whenever I write a research paper, I use Mendeley to cite my papers. And this is a cross platform. Earlier they had a mobile app also. So when I go to library, I can I just enter the details of a particular source, do it. But now they have stopped mobile app. But with the same, I also have a desktop at my home. I have installed Mendeley site there. I log in with the same account. So all the files that I add in my laptop will come to my desktop. And similarly, Mendeley also gives you 2 GB storage in the cloud. So whenever you add a source that goes to the cloud, suddenly your computer crashes. So you go to a new computer or you borrow your friend's computer, install Mendeley and log in with your account. All the files will be downloaded from Mendeley cloud. So you will not lose any of your data. Okay, so this is a very important software which all researchers need to have, because it saves a lot of time and energy. And at the same time, you also need to be familiar with MLA and APA format, because if there is any error, you need to find out if there is an error. Say for example, what I generally do is I guide my research scholars during the coursework. I do not tell them that there is such a software. They may know it, but I tell them you are not supposed to use any software. You have to learn it. MLA or I use APA. For ELT we use APA. So 1 month they rigorously learn APA, and after that I tell them to use Mendeley. Now they know the formats. If Mendeley makes any error, they would tell, sir, this has to be in italics, it is wrongly put. Then we go to Mendeley database and we check there. It may not be in the title column. Title field, it will be a blank. Okay, so they easily find it out. Now, let's say I have written this paper. I am going to submit it to a journal. Unfortunately, the journal says the citation should be in MLA format, but I have used APA format. Okay, this is a very nightmarish experience for all of us. So what I do is, I just again go to Mendeley sites, citation setting, here, citation style, I have used APA, change citation style. I will go to MLA Modern Association 9th edition, update citation style, everything is changed. That's all, finished, within a second. Okay, within a second that is changed. So this will be a very useful tool for all researchers. Similar to Mendeley, we also have Zotero. Okay, Zotero, that also offers similar functionalities, but I don't prefer Zotero mainly because I've been using it for the past 15 years. So I'm very comfortable with Mendeley, and also it is by, what is that? Elsevier. It is an Elsevier. Since it is an Elsevier product, I rely on this one, and I ask my research scholars to use only Mendeley, not Zotero. But you can also use Zotero. Okay, that also offers similar functionalities. And citation language also you can change. Now it is English US. You can change it as Indian English or UK English, something like that you can change. And you will be able to reduce time in producing citations. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, we'll break for lunch. So after the lunch break, I've explained mentally now. So after the lunch break, I will tell you how you can download sources and add it to adding to mentally. I've already explained where from you can download sources or how you can find relevant sources for your research paper. That I will explain after the lunch break. So welcome back after the lunch break. So before we broke for lunch, we were discussing Mendeley, how you can create folders in Mendeley, how you can use it for citation. From now onwards, we'll be discussing some tools with which you can download relevant resources for your research paper. So the first one is semanticscholar.org. It is similar to Google Scholar, but Google Scholar is Web 2.0 product. This is Web 3.0 product. It is powered by AI. I'll show you how it works. So all you need to do is go to semanticscholar.org and then you can search why is it not showing there? Can you help me? My screen is not showing there. And the duplicate பண்றதுக்குள்ள option வரும். I think. Mouse work ஆக மாட்டேங்குது திடீர்னு. Maybe you can connect to the wire once again. I think okay. No. Search for similar to Google Scholar, you will get a list of research paper, but you will also get a summary written by AI for each paper. Okay, this is a summary written by AI, and some of the keywords will be highlighted in bold. And below every paper, you will also get how many times that particular paper was cited. And if the PDF open access is available, that will also be given there. Otherwise, you can go to the journal's website and download it. So this is the main website where I generally search for papers and download. As far as this website is concerned, most of the papers I download from this website, similar to Google Scholar, but in Google Scholar you may not get access to the PDF, but here we get. Okay, that is the main thing. And then the next tool is researchrabbit.ai. researchrabbit.ai is completely free of cost. Similar to researchrabbit.com, we have connectedpapers.com. Connectedpapers.com has got a paid version, only some 2-3 times, I think 5 times. 5 times you can use for free of cost, and then after that you may have to purchase the paid version. But the same options are available in researchrabbit.ai. Earlier I was using Connected Papers, but now I depend mainly on researchrabbit.ai. What is the difference? In connectedpapers.com you search with the keyword or question and then find the papers, list of papers, but in semantic scholar. But in researchrabbit you have one paper already with you, you want to find similar papers. So upload the paper and then you will find a similar paper. Okay, I'll show you how it works. And it also can give you an idea about how all these papers are connected with one another. So researchrabbit.ai, you need to log in, signing up is free of cost. I'll log in with my account. I forgot my ID. Okay, for the time being I'll show the video. I forgot my password here. Okay, like this is how, as you do in other websites, you will be entering the keyword or the question. Okay. Once you enter the keyword, once you enter the keyword or once you upload a particular file, that paper will be listed with, connected with other paper. There will be a map appearing like this. Okay, all the papers that are citing this particular paper, the paper that you uploaded, all the paper that cites this paper, and the paper that are cited by this paper. Okay, you will see a map like thing. It would be interesting if I show it in real time, but unfortunately. Maybe you can try it after reaching home, sign up for an account and then upload one PDF file, and then it will show you a connection of all the papers that are existing in that particular domain. So with that you will be able to find. For example, here you see the map. So small dots, that are not that very relevant. Okay, if it appears, if the circles are, the bubbles are, if they are bigger in size, that means they are more relevant, cited by many people. That is an important paper. So with that you can decide which paper you need to read next. Okay, and then you can, if you click on another bubble in the map, then it will open another network, other papers related to that particular paper. That way you can jump from one paper to another and find all relevant papers. Instead of searching with the keyword and finding list of papers, here you will see a map, connected papers. Okay, the same option is available in connectedpaper.com, but in Connected Paper it is paid, but in ResearchRabbit it is free of cost. Yeah. Anything. All the research papers published in the internet, or from all journals. From all journals it will appear. You don't even have to upload the paper. If you have the DOI number or the title of the paper, that also you can paste it here. Immediately it will find from the internet that particular paper, and it will ask you to confirm, are you searching this paper? Once you confirm, Then you will have a list of papers related to that one. See, list of papers. And then papers written by the same author. That will also be shown to you. Papers written by collaborators. Papers that cite this paper. Papers that are cited by this paper. Okay, and papers similar to this idea. So you will have several kinds of categories, and with that you will be able to open several different maps, and you can find all relevant research articles. This will be very helpful when you write a review of literature. This map will also give you an idea how you have to interpret your research field in your review of literature. Okay. So generally from Research Rabbit and Semantic Scholar, I download the papers and upload it here. Sometimes you know, a paper may not be available in open access. Okay, you may have to pay money. There are certain illegal websites which I should not mention. Maybe it is going in live. There is a website called Sky-Hub. Enter citation and prepare bibliography and other thing. Now the next categories of tools are, now I have collected papers, so how am I going to review them? Okay, writing a review of literature. The major problem for problem for researchers in writing a review of literature is, for example, what I did was, I will be reading the research paper, writing important points in bulleted form, and within bracket I will put the theme of that particular idea, and then I'll try to connect them. It's very difficult, tedious. So first you need to have a preliminary structure for your review of literature, and then fix all other paper into the map. So for that there are several tools. The first one is elicit.org. Elicit.org. If you go to that website, you can ask a research question or search for a key phrase, keyword. Okay, I'll just search for language assessment literacy. And then it is searching more than 125 million academic papers, it shows. It will find out relevant papers only. When you search in Google, frequently visited paper will appear at the top. But here it will search based on the relevance of the papers. Okay. See, the papers are listed here, and at the top, top 4 papers will be summarized. Comparatively, it will summarize the findings of the top 4 papers in the list. And below that, all the papers appear in a tabular column, like the title of the paper, abstract summary, and then you can decide the columns. So what else I want to compare? I want to compare the main findings of all the papers, and then intervention they used in the paper. Okay, and then outcomes measured. So as I add, a column will be added in the table, limitations. Okay, now you can compare all the papers finding. Okay, the finding of the first paper and second paper, all of them are listed in a single column. And also the intervention method that they used in this particular paper, it is not applicable here because it is a theoretical paper. Okay, and here they have used some practical method, so that also you can compare. So you will be able to compare all the papers. Earlier this table can be downloaded as an Excel sheet, now they made it as a paid version. So if you want to have that one, you can purchase, otherwise you copy paste this. Okay, you can copy paste the entire table. That will be stored as a table column in a Word file. Okay, this way you can copy. I'll show how it appears in a Word file. Now if you see this comparison, you will get in elicit.org. This is how papers are compared against the criteria that you choose in the website. So this will be easy for you to compare even without reading the paper in an elaborate manner. To begin with, you can use this particular tool, elicit.org. And suppose you want to read a particular paper, specific paper, you want to summarize a paper, then you can use scholarcy.com. Okay, scholarcy.com is a website where you can read a particular paper in detail. Okay, you upload the PDF file and it will summarize the paper for you. Scholarcy.com. Okay, it will summarize each section in the paper: introduction, review of literature, methodology, result, analysis, discussion, conclusion. Bullet points will be there, and also it lists out all key concepts discussed in the paper, key concepts. Everything will be provided for you. So this particular website will be very interesting. Okay, and the next website is Research Buddy. Can you close that pop-up message? Some message is coming. Oh, okay, it gone. Okay, next tool is researchbuddy.app. If you want to generate a review of literature, you can use this particular tool. It will write the review of literature for you. Okay, only preliminary draft, you have to edit it and add it. I'll show you how it works. Researchbuddy.app. In case you don't know how to structure your review of literature, you can use this particular tool. Problem with all these tools is you have to sign up, but then you will forget the email address, password with which you created an account. Okay, it is logged in. So this is how the website will appear. Maybe you can give your main keyword of your research paper. So assessment, language assessment literacy. can even specify English language assessment literacy. And what do you want to generate? Literary review or one-page summary of that particular topic. I'm going to generate literary review. Click go. It will take 1 or 2 minutes, and then it will send you a email that your review is ready. Okay. And your review will be sent to you by email, and it will also be available in this website. So I'll check this website for the review that I've generated. Okay. See, now I gave this link. This is the review it has produced. Scope of the review. Okay, first it starts with the scope of the literature review, and then different themes in the literature review. Assessment practices and tools in assessment literacy, and it summarizes each paper. Okay, you can, most of these papers will be authentic papers. You can check in the database, download, and the summary for each of these papers are given here. Okay, you can also download it as a Word file. Okay, I'll download it as a Word file. And your AI generated literature review is ready now. Okay, this review of literature goes for about how many pages? 10 pages. Okay, so this gives you a structure for your review of literature, and then you start editing it. This you cannot use it as it is, because here they give the title of the paper, summary finding. That is not how we write a review of literature. So you can change the structure, but it will give you a preliminary idea, some base framework based on which you can build your research review of literature. Yes, it gives references. For example, here you see year of the publication, language testing. It is a book, Oxford University Press. So using this title, you can find the paper. Or in the website, if you click on the title, it will take you to the paper. We'll check. No, it does not. I think it is a book. Okay, all of them are books. This one is an article. Okay, it's not giving the link. It's not giving the link, but you can search with a title. Maybe I'll try it in SkyHub. Oh, Google Scholar, okay. See, the paper is there. The paper is there. It is also available as it is actually a book, yeah. So depending on the keyword that you give, it lists out relevant sources, and it prepares a review of literature for you. So if you go to my history, I would have generated several such review of literature. See, all of them are here. So generally, when I don't have any idea how to write a review of literature for a particular paper, I just search here and then modify the structure, further write a review of literature on that. And then the next tool is explainpaper.com. For example, when you read, for review of literature, you may not read all of them in the same manner. Some paper you will read word by word, because that may be a very important paper. Some papers will have only passing reference. You will quickly read. Within 5 to 10 minutes, you will quickly read. So when you have an important paper, you have to understand everything in that paper. What we do is, we go line by line. Sometimes we may not understand certain words or sentences or paragraph. At that time, if we have an expert with us to explain that particular paper, it will be helpful. For that, this website will help. Okay, explainpaper.com. You upload the PDF file and select the lines that you did not understand, Then on the right hand side there will be a summary and explanation appearing for that particular paper, particular sentence and paragraph. Okay, that is explainpaper.com. Okay, it will explain lines and sentences, whichever you highlight or select, that explanation will appear. And the next tool is Chat PDF. Okay, like Chat GPT, we have Chat PDF. You upload a research paper and chat with that research paper. Okay, you can chat with that research paper. So whatever question you ask will be answered from that research paper. Say for example, I upload a paper and then I want to find out what the author says, what that particular researcher says about a particular concept. So you ask, what does the author mean by this word or by this sentence? Does the author accept or agrees to his hypothesis? If you ask questions like that, it will provide you answers. Maybe we can try it out. Chatpdf.com. Okay, this is where you need to upload the research paper. I'll upload the research paper. Okay, it's not a paper. Okay, I have only a PDF of a book. Okay, I'll upload it here. Okay, it's a book. The free version only allows some particular pages. Okay. I have all downloaded research papers in my desktop. Here I have only the Word files that I write. I don't want to upload them. Let me see. Okay, simply I'll just upload a random file just to demonstrate. Okay, I have uploaded a PDF file and the PDF file will appear here. It is a project that I wrote long back. That is my own paper. Okay, so it is here. And on the right hand side, you can ask any question about this particular paper. What does leaving mean in this paper? Okay, in the context of this paper, what does that particular word mean? That is explained there. So from this paper, you will get answer. Okay, so that is Chat PDF. Pardon? Okay, yeah, it is accurate. It is accurate. It says leaving means parting, migration from one's original country to another. That is what I have written in the paper also. It is accurate. From the paper. Not outside. Only from the paper it explains. Sometimes we may have a very difficult paper we have to understand. At that time you can use this particular tool. And you cannot upload lengthy PDF files here in free version. For that you have to have the paid version. But at that time what you can do is, you can cut certain pages and upload, do it. There are always shortcuts. Yeah, yeah. But in explain paper, you have to highlight some lines or paragraphs to get explanation. But in Chat PDF, upload the entire paper. You don't have to highlight. Ask question, it will give you answer. Okay, so with these tools, we can prepare a review of literature, some preliminary ideas, and then you can keep on adding to your review of literature. Now, let's say you have written your paper. Okay, you have written a draft of your paper. What are some tools to proofread or edit your paper further to make it better? Can you close that? What is that pop-up? There are some tools with which you can also write. Okay, these are some tools that I am using. The first one is speechtexter.com. Now what I do is, when I have some idea but I don't know how to put it in Word, I just go to this website. It is a voice typing tool. Okay, and then at the bottom there is a mic symbol. Maybe I'll show the website. It's a very simple website. Okay, I go to this website. I have some random thoughts, but I don't know how to write it as a paragraph or anything. So simply I just turn on the mic and I speak aloud. Okay, I speak loudly about that particular point. You need to change the language. English. So when I speak aloud, it automatically types whatever I have to type. Okay, I just keep on talking, full stop. Okay, when I say full stop, it puts full stop. Okay, so this way I just randomly say whatever comes to my mind. Sometimes I'll have a book or a PDF file with me. I read and I think aloud and it types. Okay, after it types some an essay, 1 or 2 paragraphs, and then I go through it and I edit it, modify it. A well written paragraph will be ready. Okay, so when you have some idea how to structure it, if you don't know, you can use this tool. Full stop. Okay, and then you copy paste it in a Word file, edit it, finished. Okay, this will be very helpful when sometimes we will be overwhelmed with too much ideas. So randomly you say something, you don't even have to look at your screen. Read a particular line, that will also be typed. Okay, you can say quote, quotation mark, that punctuation is also given here. Okay. Yes. So if you have to use quotation mark, what punctuation? I think that is not there. Okay. Okay. So this is not anything to do with research, but if you want to type, you can use this tool. Yeah. Yeah. You use voice typing, yes. Now voice typing is available everywhere. That is also a product of AI, voice recognition. Even in Google document it is available. Here you can type in any language. That is the best thing I like about it. Sometimes when I type something in Tamil, I just choose the language Tamil, and then I Tamil la pesanona adu appadiye Tamil la type aite irukum. Okay. So I find it very interesting. You can also use it for speaking test in your class. If you want to check their pronunciation and accent of your students, give them a paragraph, ask them to read it. In full stop, they have to leave a long gap. If they follow it properly, then it will type exactly. If it types exactly, that means their pronunciation, accent, everything is good. That way also you can do. Okay, the next tool is academicgpt.net. So when you write something in your paper, some sections, methodology section or analysis or result, conclusion, discussion, whatever it may be. Now you may have to ask for feedback. For that purpose, this website will be very useful. So you have to go to academicgpt.com. Okay, here you can write or get feedback or get explanation for a particular paper. Okay, now let's say I will upload this particular paper. Randomly I am uploading a paper. Okay, let's say I have written a paper but I have not written abstract. So upload the file and then write abstract, write conclusion, write future work selection, write ethical consideration. Whatever you want to write, you can do. Or if you want to convert it into LaTeX, mathematics people, you may want to use LaTeX template, that is also available here. Or if you want to convert your paper into a PowerPoint presentation, for that you need some structure, right? So that also is available here, presentation outline. So click on it and submit. It will give you your entire summary of your entire paper in bulleted form, structured under different heading. Then you can copy paste it into a PowerPoint and then present it quickly. Okay, so sometimes we will be finishing half of the paper, we may not know how to continue. At that time this will be helpful. But you cannot use it as it is, as I already mentioned. You have to edit, modify further. And at the same time you have written a paper, you need to get feedback from someone. That is also available here. So I have already uploaded a paper, feedback. Feedback regarding what? Argument strength, language, coherence, originality and citation. I will go for argument strength. Click submit and then it will give me feedback related to the argument strength of my paper. Okay, it takes time, but it will give you beautiful feedback, like what is good in your paper and how you can improve certain errors, how you can strengthen your argument, what evidence can you give, like that it will give you some feedback. So before you submit your chapter to your supervisor, you can give it to academic GPT and check. See, this is the feedback. The paper's core argument hinges on the validity and reliability of the classroom student survey. Firstly, these are all some best thing in the good thing in the paper, and then conclusion, and then suggest improve. Okay, that is we give the suggestion. So if you go through this feedback, you will get some idea about your writing, and you can also ask for explanation about your own paper. Okay, you explain this particular paper in simple and short summary. So it will produce a simple short summary. Okay, so that way this particular website will be useful. And then I suppose many of you must be using Grammarly. Grammarly, all of you must be familiar. Okay, but research purpose, don't use Grammarly. The reason is it only checks spelling and other errors. It doesn't improve your language. If you want to improve your academic English, then you need to purchase the premium version. For that purpose, you have this rightful.com. There also, similar to Grammarly, you have to install an add-on. That add-on will appear in your Word file. Okay, it will appear in your Word file. I think I have already installed it in this file. Rightful. Okay. Okay. So once you install, it will appear here. Now it is not enabled. I don't know why it is currently, okay, it is not compatible with your web browser. Okay, so it will come here in the Word file itself. I use it in my desktop. I generally prefer my desktop for writing. This I take for presentation and classes. So if you click on it, like Grammarly, on the right hand side, it will suggest this word can be used instead of this word. Say for example, you might have used a word like use. Then it will suggest other words, utilize. In this context, this word is better. Okay, some academic English, you can improve your academic English in the paper using rightful. Grammarly I am not going to explain, you must be familiar. And then there is another interesting tool that I always use, paperpal.com. Okay, Paperpal also has got feature like Grammarly and Writeful, but that feature I am not using. I am using a tool called AI Writing Assistant. Your paper is ready, let's say. Your paper is ready, you are going to submit it to a journal. You do not know what possibilities are there for your paper to get accepted. If you want to find that out, this tool will help you. Okay, you have to convert your paper into PDF and upload here. Paperpal.com, and then log into Paperpal. Okay. Okay, on the left hand side, if you see, there is an option called submission check. There is also a plagiarism check option available here. Okay, there is submission check. So before I send it to a journal, I have to check the percentage of acceptance, possibility of acceptance for my paper. So I'll just upload a particular paper. Okay, let's say. Okay, I'm uploading a paper here. Like a journal reviewer, it will check your paper and it will tell you how much possibility. See, against several criteria it analyzes. Okay, metadata first, author's email found, what things you need to include in your submission file. You can also click on it to get further explanation. Author's email found, missing word count. So if I click on it, it will tell you, it looks like you don't have a word count in the manuscript. It is recommended to mention the word count in the paper. Some journals ask for it. And then missing author contribution statement. If you click on it, it will tell you what you need to do. Okay, red ones are weak point in my paper, green ones are positive things. Abstract is too long, it says. And manuscript is too long. It says generally journals accept within 2,500 and 4,000, but the journal that I was submitting, it was asking for 8,000 words. That is why it is lengthy. The structure, okay, the references, and at the end on the left hand side you will see the percentage of possibility of getting accepted. Too many old references, then you can include new references. There are no citations in the abstract, that is actually a good thing. Reference count is good. No use of self citations found. Okay. So against each category it checks your paper and tells you how much possibilities are there for your paper to be accepted. I think the net is slow. Yes, finished. And with regard to grammar error also, it tells me that 210 suggestions are found in language quality and writing errors. Okay, and see on the left hand side it says critical issues. Your manuscript has a very high risk of being rejected. Then what I can do is, don't submit it, work on your paper and then submit. Okay, this is only a preliminary version I wrote. I modified it and submitted it. So this is how you need to improve your paper. In Paperpal they have a paid version. If you have the paid version, if you click on download edited file, that will give you the edited file. Okay, but now it is only free version, so it only shows the first paragraph. What correction should I do in this paper? Okay. Okay, the next type of tools are tools for citing sources. I already explained Mendeley. Okay, you can use Mendeley. Similar to Mendeley, we have Zotero. Okay, Zotero.org. That is similar to Mendeley, but you can use either of them, Mendeley or Zotero. Now you have written your paper. You want to detect the kind of unintentional plagiarism that you have committed in your paper, or AI content. How much AI content you have used in your paper. That also you can track with tools like GPT-0.me. Okay, GPT-0.me. If you upload your paper as a Word file, I think you have to upload it as a PDF file, I'm sorry, PDF file, and then it tells you the percentage of AI content in your paper. Okay, because we use several AI tools, so the kind of language structure is detected. So it tells you this much percentage of AI written content is there in your paper. Okay, it also highlights some of the sentences and tells that this looks like AI written content. It cannot exactly detect. Okay, even Turnitin also cannot exactly detect the AI content written in your used in your paper. They can only tell you the percentage. That is a problem with AI generated content and plagiarism softwares. So you can use GPT-0me to detect AI written content in your paper. And then the next tool is Skyspace. The website address is typeset.io. Okay, in this website also you can do several things, like you can write a review of literature. I'll show you typeset.io. You can also do a plagiarism check. Okay, so at the top you have first you have a review of literature. Let me try writing a review of literature. AI in English language classroom. Let me say. Okay, so for that it produces review of literature now. Like elicit.org, here also you can add columns, okay, methods used, literature survey, limitations, practical implications, and then you can download it as a Excel sheet. All the compared papers, again it is a premium version here. You can copy paste as we did in elicit.org, you can do that. Or if you want to paraphrase what you have written, that also you can do. Okay, generally how I use paraphraser is I use speechtexter.com to type whatever I have in my mind, and then copy paste it here in paraphraser, and then it arranges the idea, summarize it, and then it gives a clear cut one. Then I edit, add more information, citation, and other thing. So you can paraphrase it into academic English or creative English or whatever style you want. Okay, friendly, boldly, informal. So in several ways you can paraphrase. And here on the left hand side you've got several important options. There one option is called AI detector. Okay, in typeset.io, here also you've got AI detector. You can upload a PDF file or you can copy paste your text to check how many percentage of AI content is there in your paper. Okay, you can try it out later on. Okay, so these are all to detect AI content. Now, suppose AI content is detected in your paper. So, how do you modify it into humanized human language? For that, you can use qtext.com. Okay, qtext.com, Quillbot. There are several tools which will help you to convert AI generated content into human written language. qtext.com. But you need to be careful. Don't upload the entire file, maybe paragraph by paragraph, because some of these files, my friends want that it saves cache files. So it might get detected as a plagiarism and turn it into other thing. So far I have not come across such problem, but you need to be careful when you upload entire file. Okay, Q text. Okay, now we have reached the end of my presentation. We need to remember one thing, AI is generating tools every day. New tools are coming every day. Okay, so you need to be keep updated. So how do you find new tools? There are some AI galleries. Okay, so some websites have all AI tools arranged according to categories. So that is how I find these tools. Okay, I'll tell you those websites. Number one, aivalley.com. Sorry, aivalley.ai. If you go to that website, you will find a list of AI tools arranged according to category, images, PDF editing, plagiarism checking, like that it will be arranged according to different categories. Okay, aivalley.ai. There you will find a list of AI tools. Go to tools, you check whether it is free or paid, and then what is the usage. All descriptions will be there, and then you can try it out. If it is useful, you can continue to use it. So that is how I find these tools. And then similar to AI Valley, we have all things AI. Okay, allthingsai.com, and then futurepedia.io, futurepedia.io, and then Toolify, toolify.ai. So if you go there, this is how the websites will be listed out. I'm sorry. Toolify.ai, and finally topai.tools. These are all some websites where you can find AI tools for any purpose. And also nextgentools.me. So now and then I randomly go and check these websites to find any new tools. There will also be ratings available. So based on the ratings also you can find good tools. Okay, so with these websites you can find any new AI tools that are produced. So that's all from my side. Thank you. If you have any question or if you want to discuss anything, we can do it now. So I listed out a lot of tools. In case, the only thing is you will have doubt only after using them. So try using them now and then so that you will get benefited. Any question? All are busy with writing feedback. Okay then. You can wind up, sir. Finished, sir.